Alright, I'm back. Do more of this. My connection to chat is really dodgy. So if I miss something, I apologize. But, yeah. I'm also only using one of my webcams today, because you can't see much with the other one anyway. And it's behaving a bit weirdly. So, yeah. Technical difficulty of the stream, I guess. So, yeah, this is definitely still working. Let me put some gloves on. So, it's really quite warm out here today. I'm not feeling it. But whatevs, I guess. So, where I'd left off, I was trying to make this look a little bit better. To be honest, it's actually not that bad. I'm not I'm not super against it. I do need to make the little snaky head thing though, which I should have considered probably before attaching the thing. But it shouldn't be too hard to make something. Not really. If I take a little bit of this and end up smushing it into something, I can probably come up with something. So where's my heat gun? I'm gonna heat gun some stuff, smush it, and then see. I also, in case it was hard to tell, feel pretty crappy today. So you'll have to bear with me, to be honest. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if I can come up with something vaguely consistent. So I reckon if I split this in half-ish, then make a kind of sort of a ball out of that. And then gradually kind of smush it. Could eventually be able to get the thing I'm looking to have. Not long after I've taken my meds, so my hands are choosing not to function. So this may take me slightly longer than it usually would, to be honest. Come on. Have blood. Oh, irritating. Kind of. Sort of, ish. But I can smush it as I need to, in fairness. The main thing is going to be having it be the appropriate height. Something to that effect. Come on, hands, please. So irritating. I've already got circulatory issues, and the meds I have exacerbate that, which means that there will be times where I just can't feel my hands at all, anywhere, in any capacity. And it's kind of annoying, to be honest. But it's one of those, the pros vastly outweigh the cons. So it's just for the first couple hours, it's particularly brutal. The first few hours, it's prevalent. And then it eventually dies back. So I can deal with it. Just fairly annoying. So I want to try and get one of these made up. And then if I can just mimic that with another one. I want to have one that I can reference the whole time. Again, for the sake of trying to keep everything fairly consistent. Off of there. Fine. Yeah, okay. I have to fill in some patches though. It's a little bit shit in places. Here. And filling bits is less of a problem, to be honest. Yeah, not bad. Okay, so I'm going to remove that temporarily so that I can try and make one similar. Thinking I'll probably split that in half again. Take that up, push that in. Be too thin. Okay. Can't feel my hand again. I'm gonna go run it under the bloody heat gun. Sure that's sane. Wake up. Have blood. Blood. Alright. I don't think it helped. I feel terrible today. And I had a really rough day at work yesterday. After saying like, oh, I should be fine today. That was my mistake. And I accept the error there. That was entirely on me for assuming it would be okay. I should have not been as hopeful as I was. 110% on me. I will own that. I'm just going to hold my hands down while I'm sculpting this to see if that helps the blood to exist. I don't think it will. I'm going to try it anyway. Just crazy inconvenient, to be honest. I'm hoping I feel better throughout the day. Really am hoping. Because right now, I just am not okay. And I think it's making me more upset knowing that like I've only got 2 days off. So if I don't make the most of today, then no, I'll be even worse. Hoping I can get quite a lot done today and then I'll feel less horrendous. That's the hope. We'll see. It's one of those days like I woke up with my alarm and just went back to sleep. Like, no, I'm not doing this today. And then sleep is the most false of false economies, for me at least. And I always feel worse having slept longer. So I say it to myself every time, like don't bother going back to sleep because you'll just feel awful. It's no point. It's a lie. Sleep is lying to you. And I'd been pretty good recently and I hadn't been falling for it. But after the day I had yesterday, this morning I just went, no, you know what? I'm not doing it. Just not. more I'm fiddling with this, the more I'm thinking, maybe streaming today is a bad idea. I'm so not in the appropriate frame of mind for this. But I know that I'll be more annoyed if I don't work on this today. So I'm just going to take the L, feel horrendous, and go with that, I guess. Kind of all I've got. Just got to accept it and provide even worse commentary than usual. Because I really got nothing today. To be honest. I got nothing. And I apologize. It's just gonna suck today. Yeah, my chat's just not working on my phone, which is my favorite thing. See if it helps if I just give up on trying to use Wi-Fi. Just use data. See if it'll connect. Not saying that it is, which is fantastic. That for me is still too much. Let me see if I can dig out some more from in here. It's still not connecting. Epic. That's fine. Why I don't care. I don't care. I'm sorry if you're saying stuff in chat and I can't see it. I genuinely am unable to connect. So sucks and I apologize. I don't know whether that bit's gonna be caught back there anyway. It might not even matter. I'm gonna finesse this pretty aggressively. That's the general gist of it. Now, where are my various tools? this one. I'm probably just going to get lost in the sauce for a while, if I'm honest with you guys. So, bear with me. As I say, maybe progress will bring my mood up. I'm probably going to end up fiddling with this as well. I'm going to have to fill in the undercut anyway, so I don't know why I'm tapping so much. Right. Then got to try and fill in some of these gaps. I could probably get away with moving some stuff off this stool and actually sitting down to do this, rather than ruining my back. Let me see. Let's see if I can get away with that. It's a really wobbly stool, but a seat is a seat at this point. It's better than nothing. Alright, what was I using for this before? This, I think. Pretty sure it was this. Definitely was. Fill that in. And then put it in down there as well. I want to create a definite ridge between these. If I start by filling in the undercuts, I can finesse it past that point, I think. Hope. What I want to do is that. And then that kind of shows me what gaps I need to fill. Which will be take this, plug it into here. Do a similar sort of thing down there. It's getting better. Question is, do I want it to be that long? Or do I want it to be more like... I think I want it to be more like... there. Not like that, you tool. I think more like that. I can lift that off, which I can. This is where I start to get real specific with it. I know exactly what I want out of this. It's just trying to get there. It's going to be interesting. I don't know why chat is refusing to connect on my phone. The temptation to just try restarting my phone, but then it's going to cut the music, and I'm like, do I want that? No. I can't really read chat from my laptop. I just got OBS open, and I can't see it for shit. Yeah, that's better. That's more akin to what I wanted. I suppose if I just try and push it against straight edge. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that looks better. It was definitely too long before. Right, I'm more okay with that. So, let me fill in the gap down here because it's annoying me. Not going to be too much. Potentially. Let me flatten it out. Better. What have I got that is reasonably flat? Why is the Wi-Fi still... Oh, it says it's connected. And why is it not connecting the chat? Whatever. Whatever. I guess that can be a future me problem. better than it was. Definitely better than it was. What other tools have I got? Where is the flat head chisel jobby I was using? Why is it not amongst any of the others? That's wildly irritating. That would have been really useful. I'm just going to bring all of these over here at this point. Screw it. I think this one. Yeah. It's pretty okay. Pretty decent for that. What I think I'll do, get this to a point that I'm reasonably okay with. Texture everything. And then start working on the dividers. That's going to be interesting. This one maybe? Yeah, that's pretty okay. Yeah, choose that up though. I'm gonna have to fill that regardless. Just whatever, I guess. I've just got the undercut dealt with. And all I have to do is stick some more stuff in there. Compensate for what I've dug up. Fill various gaps, which is fine. It's better than it was. I'm starting to feel a little bit better. I think it is just a case of I took my meds too late. I slept, which is always incorrect as far as decisions I should be making. I've not been to the gym literally all week, which always makes me feel crap. It's the perfect storm, I guess. Right. try and fill this uppermost edge. Along here. And then whichever one I was using for that before. I find the spoony thing, I know it's attached to that one. It's not that spoony thing. It's this one. Yes, this one. Up alpha there. So that looks fine. We try and do the same down here. But not lose that ridge though. That ridge is important. Literally no one is going to look this closely at this thing. But I don't care. I will know if something is there and I don't like it. And I don't need to have this ready until October. So frankly, I've got the time to be fussy about it. And I will be. I definitely still think that there are things that I can fix by sanding this after the fact, though. Also got a horrible feeling that the sun is eventually going to chase me out of the garage for a couple of hours at least. Because it's becoming harder and harder to contend with. This one's pretty useful, actually. It's pretty flat along this face. It has occurred to me that this is probably one of the easier pieces that I've designed for this. And it's taken me a while already. I'm sure that bodes well for the project as a whole. It's not bad. Not bad. I should probably just take it for what it is. Fix this bit in here. And then find something that I can kind of punch and mark with. Yeah, why not? Let's do that. Yeah, that's pretty okay. As long as I remember how I've done everything, we'll be fine. Now, I want to fix up in here. I think not this, maybe this one? Maybe this one if I'm careful? Certainly have been worse. This is where being vaguely ambidextrous comes in handy. Say vaguely, because, like, I can't really write with my left hand. I can do bits and pieces, but I can't write particularly coherently with it. So I don't really count it, not really. This one actually works really well for this. Okay. Yeah, I still don't really mind having the tool marks in places. I do think that it's aesthetically appropriate. It's not a requirement to have it absolutely immaculate. Kinda looks better if it isn't. I wonder if this will help. Kinda. Kinda helps. Not the absolute worst thing in the world. Okay. I don't mind that a whole lot. Okay. I am reasonably cool with that. Really. Reasonably cool with that. Not the worst. Not the worst. If I can just try and carefully pull out this very inner bit. Okay. No, chat's still not connecting. Awesome. I should probably fix that. I can try and restart my phone so that I can actually view chat. This means that I'll miss anything that happens between now and then. But in fairness, it's kind of a weird time of day, so I might be alright. Let me give it a go. Because I should be fine. Let's try restarting. Kicking my laptop in the process. Okay. I'm reasonably cool with that. So I can just try and sort out around here. Is really, this side is good. This side has a lot of gaps that I should fill. I'd forgotten that this was a thing. So I guess I'll try and deal with that now. While I wait for my phone to restart. Cool. This one. it restarted? Looks like it may. Yeah, alright. It's thinking about stuff. Just keep mapping with this while it loads everything up again. Hopefully that's inclusive of Wi-Fi. The hope. Turn my headphones back on. That's working. So, in theory, I boot up Twitch. Okay. There we go. All right. Now I can view the chat. Cool. Well, the classic. Turn it off and on again. At least I got that fixed. So that's a plus. Where do I need to fill? Fill a tiny bit up there. Okay, that's better. This needs a bit. Progress is finally being made. I should absolutely, definitely be able to sculpt everything I want to on this piece today and then silicon mold it. That should be absolute definite as far as what is achievable in a day. I don't think I need to do another one of these on this side because I'm pretty sure this will be hidden anyway. Unless I deliberately make it shorter so that it isn't. Which is a possibility, I suppose. It's a pretty solid maybe. What else? Chunk down there. at least with this things like the chest, I'll be able to mold that as two pieces at once, because they're both on the same plane. So that's fine. Just all the side pieces are going to suck. So I'm kind of going to have to wing it. And just try to make them fairly accurate to one another. Better than it was. Let's see if I can give it one of these. Let's see what that gives me. Just really lightly. I can see how unpleasant it is at various points. I acknowledge that I'm seeing masking tape come through a lot of this. I don't have a lot of leeway in that respect. Okay. Do I have a fairly sacrificial brush? Isn't super dusty. Just to try and get some of this off. Yeah, I can use a synthetic for that. That's fine. Yeah, nice. Okay. That works a lot better than trying to use my hands for it. That's for dang sure. Shouldn't damage anything particularly. Cool. Okay. This is the one that was pretty flat. So I can try just to smooth things off a bit. Emphasis on try, I suppose. This is where having a kidney would be really handy. I was using this before, wasn't I? Yeah, would have been. Comp. But realistically, I'm going to be texturing this anyway, so it doesn't matter a whole bunch. I want it to be vaguely presentable. And if I have to sand down any of the high points after it's all been cast, then fine. I think that's going to work better than trying to faff with it currently. Unless I can just go along and kind of tap things down a bit. It looks like I can. This is why things take me so long. I'm about to cut this into segments as well, so I don't know why I'm like this. Extra and cut it into segments. So why do I bother? I may never know. Okay. Am I going to be able to roll any of this over this without it being annoying and shattering into little fragments? Because potentially not. Yeah, I think stamping this is going to be easier than rolling it. So let's do that. I just didn't want it to be any kind of even anywhere. That's the main thing. I don't want any repeating patterns. I'm going to be very fussy about that. See, that's the thing with rolling it versus stamping it. Rolling it, you don't get as many repeating patterns. And that's why I prefer rolling it. I then need to try and figure out probably just do that down here to be fair. Yeah, that's fine. But I then need to try and figure out how many segments I'm going to divide this into. Need to be even segments. Stamp it in the gap, then roll it after the fact. I think what I'll do is I'll run a tape measure along it and see if I can divide the number I get evenly. Probably not, but even so, I can try. And I don't want it to have repeating patterns. I think I can take this along here and obscure that a bit. I also want to get rid of all of these. So maybe I can do that with this while I'm here. I'll handle the debris later. It's whatever. Main thing is if I can just get rid of all the crud. It's going to annoy me a lot less, if nothing else. I'll pick up all the bits later. Bits of foil and cling film. Just annoying me. And at least if I do it this way, I'm not getting anything stuck on my gloves. And I'm not kind of encouraging anything to stick to itself either. Anything I need to smush later, I can, so who cares? That is an awful lot less annoying. That's a plus. Right. I keep stamping in this gap along here. That deals with all of that. The only thing I'm worrying about is this bit back here, and knowing where it's going to join. So I might... I don't know. I'm thinking what to do with this bit. At the minute, I'm not 100% sure. Kind of need to know where the back piece is supposed to sit. Because if I check the pictures I took when everything was still on, it's going to be a lot tighter on me than it was on him. So I'll have to have a look. I'm hoping I can just add the head onto here. And there's a big enough gap there. Clearance. That deals with most of it. Yeah, deals with most of it. So where does that come to on my back? Yeah, so I'm not going to want to go any further than that, that's damn sure. Okay. Duly noted. So, what I think I'm going to do is probably put something in here that isn't dissimilar to this, but just more immediate than that. So I compare it to the one I've already done, which is this one. It's actually not that far off anyway. So let's just say I smush this back like this. And then basically needs to be right from there is the thing. So let me take away more from in here. Because I'm thinking that needs to sit right on there. So let me take more out of the inside of this. So that I can sit this as close as possible on the original. Probably get away with taking some of that off too. I think that'll be alright. So I reckon if I put that on there. Okay. It wants to be quite a bit taken out of the top still. That's fine. Just scoop out a bunch more from the inside. Suppose I'm basically just making a little hood for the end of this thing. Give that a crack. Probably still gonna need to take away more, to be honest. But let me see whether this helps at all. And then I'm obviously gonna have to mess with the little front prongs, but fine. Definitely better. Definitely better. And I think I use this, smush that and that. Then I think I just have to hack away a little bit more in here. How's that? Is that any better? Because I'm getting closer with this. Better than it was. There should be tons of clearance there. Should be tons. Is my thinking. This is most of the way there, in fairness. Okay. Where does this go then? Sit back here. Pretty comfortably. By the time I've kind of pushed it down and on, actually, that's not too bad. So, I think I can probably live with that. So, all I need to do from there is have it kind of follow that. And then smush it down. Again, I'm going to have to fill in a bunch of undercuts. That's fine. I'll chop it back so that it actually sits where I'd want it to. I have to fill these gaps first anyway, so that's whatever. But that should wind up giving me enough clearance for fastening the back when the time comes. I'd much rather this was further away from this edge, so I had the space to mess with stuff as and when I needed to. Now I'm just going to try and get this to follow the curve of the original snake. That's better. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Then I'll just cut things, fill in undercuts, yada yada. I spin it so that it's more visible to camera, but I'm still able to see anything. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Right. I should probably go get more water, to be honest. I'm just reluctant to take the gloves off. I want to reuse them. I should be able to slide them back on again. I've done it before. Right, screw it. I'm going to be real quick. I'll be back. I'm back. So, that's still working? Yes. I'm surprised. I thought it would have died by now. Now, as far as getting those gloves back on, there was no way. Like, they were just horrendously sweaty, which is irritating because my hands are ice. So, I kind of just get the worst of both worlds. Right. Gloves back on. So, undercuts. That's going to be the next thing to deal with. Too much. Take off a chunk. Stretch that out. Like that. Considerably better. I'll roll with that for now. Which one do I want to use? One. I'm hoping it just feels like this has taken me longer than it actually has, because I've done it in so many, like, short sessions. I don't know. My perception of time is bad at a baseline, so maybe that's just cope. Kind of not sure, to be honest. Okay. Let me sort the other undercuts. And then I'm going to spin it back around so I can compare the two. Quite a bit more to go under there. See if I can cheese this a bit and smush some of this down. A little bit. A little bit, but I don't do it too much. And what on earth has happened all the way along here? That's what I'm wondering. And why has it taken me until now to notice it? I suppose viewing things at different angles. I can appreciate what I'd said to myself before about, like, the top edge not really being seen. But also, standards exist. Not like me to ignore that. We'll see, I guess. I suppose I'll deal with that in a minute. Deal with this first. That contends with most of the undercut issue. Let me try and plug this gap, because this is a big gap. So I can just cram most of this in here. Yeah. Sorts that out. Okay. And there's another one opposite. Okay. That's all very well. But I think I'm going to have to cut some of this down, to be honest. Several points. So let's try and find, yeah, this one. And then try and keep a fairly straight angle on this. Yeah, that's fine. Then try and peel that off. Enough. And then I can take the flat face one and just kind of put it in like that. That's reasonably okay. I can do the same down here. With that. The future me problem. Deal with this first. put this back here, and I can kind of try and compare the two. Get these out of here. I think I can use this one for this. Yeah. That's pretty okay. Better. That's pretty okay. Don't mind that. Let's see. Can I get away with that? Yeah, actually, I kind of can. As long as I do it in one line. Then presumably... Yeah, that's pretty alright. And I want to try and curve these in a bit. Maybe shorten that slightly. I want to finesse that one. More okay with that. Getting there. Definitely getting there. Yeah, I'm pretty alright with that. So, let me find biro. Going what? Here-ish? Yeah. About that. Then it's pretty much just a case of texturing everything. Seeing what I am and am not okay with. Which is where I expect most of my time to be lost. Mapping over things that don't actually matter, but in my mind they do, so... Okay. So I think from here, I need to make sure that everything is structurally as I want it to be. Which means going, kind of looking at various angles. Actually, that's not too bad. Deciding whether I hate things or not. I'm also going to clear a load of the crud from down here, because that is going to be a problem. I'll leave it. I then go through with a brush again. I can probably just wipe a load of this away. What I'm going to do with this is brush this, get rid of the random crud as best I can, at least. Ah, should have seen that coming. Okay. That is, for God's sake. One day I will learn. Right. Whatever. I want this one. And I want to make sure that all of this is in a decent position. Right. What I want to do here is make sure I'm doing everything on a sensible plane. This is always the most dangerous point. When I start faffing with things probably more than I should be. Just want to make sure I've got everything at the right angle. There's no point getting to this stage, not checking stuff, and then molding and casting stuff and going, ah, shit. Well, I should have seen that coming. fairness, it doesn't look to be the absolute worst thing in the world. What I think I'll do is heat up a little bit just to try and smooth in under here, because I'm not super stoked with how that looks. Let me see if I can fix various bits at the front. There are a few things I want to fix the more I look at it. Yeah. Okay. Let me go heat up a tiny little bit. I just want to finesse some stuff. The high points I can deal with, I can sand them. Low points, I can fill them, but it's going to be a pain. Yeah, annoyingly, I was trying to heat this up. And the whole time I'm getting a pretty aggressive through draft. That's just directly denying me, which is just kind of rude, to be honest. Yeah, it's better. Where is this one? I'm not gonna need it all the way over there. I'm gonna need it for this bit. And again, I need to find where the little chisely thing is, so I can fix these. Okay, that is slightly better than it was. I've deliberately made this whole thing deeper than it needs to be, so that I can cut it back and make it much nicer. So that's not an issue. I feel like there's going to be a lot of faffing that goes on with this today. I still completely intend to mold everything today. I do believe that will happen. I just want to make sure that I'm definitely happy with it first. That then cuts in and under, and that's annoying. Alright. Big old chunk down there I need to fill in. Alright, so for a couple of hours, not terrible. Not terrible. Most of the way there. Just having to fill various. Definitely a lot better than it was. I think I'll go around, make sure all of the edges are filled where they need to be. Retexture everything. And then clean any marks that I want made. That is considerably better. Good grief. Okay, that's definitely better. It's just gonna be a lot of this for a while, to be honest. Okay. I think I fill more down under here. And then I can probably rake a bit as well. Let me go heat up a little piece. Should be sufficient. Yeah. Getting there. I'm less frustrated with it currently. So I'm going to take that as a good sign. Right. Once I've filled in these bits, I'm going to kind of try and rake it a little bit. Just a little bit. Just to get it a little more even. It's okay at some points. Other points, it's a bit of a mess. So, just gonna kind of have to wing it a bit, to be honest. It's pretty okay over there, which is fine. How does it look from an angle? Not horrendous. Not great, but it's not horrendous. I don't actually mind it that much. So out of interest, if I were to really, really lightly Let me brush away all the scraps from that. Will I hit the camera? Who knows? Luck of the draw. Better. Definitely better. Yeah, a lot better looking at it from an angle. Still think needs to be, it's going to be really hard to do the wall that's in the way. I think this needs to be evened out down here. Okay. You brush all that away again. I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, better. I think that's probably okay enough that I can deal with it. So, what about up high? Again, I don't think any of this is going to matter because it will literally all be hidden. So I think that's okay, really. The thing that is annoying me is all of this, though. Again, is it just going to be hidden? And am I deep in it? Potentially. Potentially. So let me go along with some of this. Give it some of that. I don't really want there to be any straight lines, that's the thing. Yeah, I think I just ignored this. I don't think that's going to matter. This has all been halved with and finessed, so that's fine. So I then have to assess whether I want to draw a line in along here. Kind of do. To kind of define where this is. And then I'll smooth it out after the fact. Just because I kind of like being able to define where this is. It just adds that, I think. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And then I'm just going to smush along it so it's not as harsh. Kind of enough to almost outline it, but not. Yeah, I like that. Cool. I don't need to do it with the head of the thing, because That's its own thing, really. I can do it along here. That's fine. Yeah. And this already has it, so that's fine. Alright, I can do that. I can justify that. Right. Then I need to find that chisel tool to fix these lines in here. That's what I need to do. But I also need to measure this and see kind of segments I can divide this into evenly. Now I know I have a tape measure out here. Fabric one. Yeah, this one. Right. So I'm saying we've got, it'll be rough, to be honest. It's not going to be exact. Be roughly down to there. And then, what? We call it 8. 8. So if I said, right, it's 2. Did I say 8? Did I mean 18? I meant 18. Okay. So I did 2 each. I think that's reasonable. And then it's how I'm going to get that line without it making a mess. Ooh, there's an idea. Okay. Let me cook. Let me cook. I think that's a sensible way of handling this. Can I just where are, there we go, that'll do. That should be plenty. So I reckon if I use some garden wire to make these marks rather than like cutting into anything, my hope is I can get stuff looking vaguely consistent. If I give this one of these, and then just cut it down considerably. Put these back again. I did that. still going to be too long. Let me cut off a little bit more. I can always finesse the very end, that's no biggie. If I can just get the main shape. My hope is that I can then get everything looking fairly even. If I just smush it in like that, my thinking is it won't create a grotty line. And then I have to try and fish it out again. Okay. Well, as far as how to mark it, it's not a bad shout. Do I then have... I can use this. Then smush it. But yeah, if I use that to mark the angles and what have you, that seems like a fairly decent strat. I'm not going to have a lot of clearance before I hit the wire underneath, so, you know, very aware of that. This serves a purpose. Seems doable. Gives me one. And then if I do another 2 down here, ish. Let's say it's there. Then, wherever my little triangle of wire went, I can try and line this up. I'm keeping it fairly even. I think that's going to be the way to do this. Yeah. I can just about see that. That's going to be a problem. I have to really smush it in, I guess. Works better down here. And just smush it back out the way. You can see the tin foil underneath through here. This means I have to up it down out the way. That seems okay enough, he says, lying to himself. Not the worst. Not the best either, but it's not the worst. Maybe that's how I do it. It's not terrible, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Right, then I'll do another one. Roughly another 2 out there. Maybe, yeah. There must be a better way of getting this out again. It's a very fine point. I can probably use this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Then, same shtick. That's the one I was literally using just now. I'm impressively blind sometimes. It wasn't this one. It was the one with the single thing on it. It's this one. Why is it all the way over here? Fine. At least I found it. do think I want to kind of make more of a thing of this line in here. I think that is something I want to do. Yeah, that looks better. I don't think a micro undercut is going to be a problem. Way worse than that. Still got to find that little chisel piece. I don't know how I keep misplacing all of my stuff. I mean, I do know how, but it's just, even by my standards, it's a little impressive, you know? That's better. Okay, then another 2. So roughly what? Roughly here. Or I should probably be taking pictures of stuff as I go. I always forget to do that. Better than not. I'll probably unhook this from all the way up here, to be honest. Yeah. Cool. Right. We narrow it down to the tools I'm actually using at the minute. That would probably help. So all of these can go over there. I'm just using these at the minute. That is totally fine.
Might have to play around with a few of the ridges after this and get everything vaguely flat. It's going to be interesting. We'll see. Just having to approach this from various angles.
That's fine. Why I will rarely bother to sit down. Only if I'm going to be somewhere for a while. In one position. That is definitely a rarity. Typically the positions vary. Alright, let me see if I can get rid of some of the schmutz off of here. Right. So let's do another one. From here. To about what? Here-ish. Ish. Grab this. That was pretty effective. Rid of that. Alright. I don't mind this, you know. This isn't too bad. I didn't want to have to do a bunch of these. Because I'd considered like, oh, maybe I do it like one. No. Two. Two is completely fine, frankly. Right. Give me the unhooky thing. Pull that back. That.
Mush this.
Right. Just getting places. I ain't mad at it, to be honest. Then once I've done that, really, it's just a case of finding the tool I was using to make these, finessing them a little bit, making sure everything's textured the way I want it. And yeah. From there, it's just silicone, which is nice. I said, what, here? Seems about right. Okay. We'll then unhook this again. And again, if I take pictures for that, just to kind of prove the point. Or and this again. At least I can go back through the VODs to see how I did everything. I'm not just going to have to try and remember. In fairness, I tend to have a pretty good idea. By the time I've actually done stuff, I tend to remember it. I assume it's probably because, you know, once you've been staring at something for long enough, you're probably going to have it burned into your brain to an extent. Typically how these sorts of projects go. It becomes difficult not to remember stuff. So from here, really, just outlining this.
Not too shabby.
All right.
Definitely feel a lot better than when I started doing this today. I think it was probably just residual angst from having to contend with work yesterday, to be honest. I think it also helps that my meds would have kicked in by now. Everything's just kind of way more mellow. That's nice.
Okay.
Let me just finesse this a bit.
Getting in there is going to be interesting.
So can I just do one of these?
Oh, well, I kind of can. It's not bad, actually.
Maybe that's how I fix a bunch of this.
Yeah, that seems pretty okay, actually.
I think
if the camera's wobbling, I apologize. It's the wind whipping through.
When it's hot, I'll partially open the garage door. And I'll also open like
the back door to the garage.
And it creates kind of like a wind tunnel. It stops me dying, but also tends to, blow things about a bit. But at least it means I can be out here doing my thing. And that's my primary concern, to be honest.
Okay, that's not terrible. Let me see.
I can just give it some of this.
Some of that, and then brush away the nonsense. That seems to be working quite well, actually.
Yeah. Do the same with this bit. Just trying to get rid of all the ridges that I don't want there.
Having to get like right down on eye level.
See what I need to mess with here.
Most of it's okay, to be fair. The odd bit I'm going to have to faff with. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. Enough.
that also. Now I might have to move this around a little bit to try and get various angles on things. I also need to make sure I've done this the same way that I did for the other one. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I am cool with that. I still don't know where that little chisel tool has gone, though. Oh, no, I do. I moved one thing and I found it. Alright. Everyone ignore me. I'm being myself. I do need to patch this, though. Just from the standpoint of silicon exists. So, you know. What thing do I want to use for that? This one. I want to use this one. Okay. Not in a bad position. Not in a bad position. So, I think I need to fix that top front corner. This little bit up here. I'm expecting to have to remove that anyway. To what extent does it actually matter? Is the question. I think what I'll do is I'll go through and retexture a few bits. Try and sweep away the annoying little fragments that get everywhere. Emphasis on try. I can probably get most of them. I think I'll leave that top corner because I don't think that matters. That all seems pretty okay. That's annoying, go away. That's a little bit of plastic, go away. Keep finding little bits of crap on it. Better. Now, can I get up in here with this? Feel like I can try. can do that. And I'll just go through and remake some of those marks. I can finesse those, that's no big deal. Okay. That's acceptable. Getting along here is going to be interesting. Should have finished all of this before I started faffing with the wall for the mold, really. I definitely got overzealous on that one. It's whatever. That's whatever. Getting little bits of tinfoil flake off. Classic. Doesn't matter that much. How much is this going to matter, I wonder? There'll be people who are shorter than me, this won't matter. Plus, in fairness, if I'm on stage, I'll be higher up as well. So, yeah, this does matter. Screw it. Screw it, I'm glad I can. Definitely. I'm definitely glad I put this much thought into anything. This would have been so much easier without the wall in the way. Oh well. Gives future me something to work with. That seems relatively okay. In fairness. Okay. Yeah, the top edge genuinely won't be seen, so I'm just actually not going to faff with that. There's supposed to be an overlap there, so that's not an issue. In the same way that the innermost edge up here isn't going to matter, because that will also have an overlap. Debating whether I preemptively make some holes for magnets. There is a temptation. And the magnets I've got are very strong. But I could put tape over them as well. I might do that. I might go upstairs and see how big they are. I'm pretty sure I know where they are. Right. Look away more random crud. Actually looks pretty okay. I'm really not that mad at this. How do I keep losing the one thing that I want? It's genuinely impressive. Just gonna fix these bits. That's better. This brush has actually been kind of great, not gonna lie. This was a good decision. Definitely getting too anal over this now. Definitely. Need to check myself, really. Where is this one? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go find those magnets and see. They are quite big, though. That's my only concern. Yeah, maybe I won't. Maybe I won't do magnets. I was thinking of doing straps anyway. I wanted to do straps so that everything was adjustable. The big thing with this cosplay was that I wanted to be able to wear it many years from now. I'm putting this much time and effort in. But the amount of cosplays I've made that I've worn once, they've disintegrated. I've spent a stupid amount of time on them. Like it's painful. Or like I made them when I was in my teens, and now there's no way in hell they're gonna fit. You know. So yeah, I don't want to make this one as adjustable as I can. so that I can continue to wear it. I don't think I will do magnets. I think straps was the consensus. I have to check the notes that I make to myself when I have like the equivalent of shower thoughts, but I always have them like on the walk to work. So I just have a little list of things I've randomly typed up on my phone when I've had a shower thought about how I'm going to put all of this together and have everything fit. Pretty sure straps was the thing. I wonder if I can get away with just kind of can. Kind of can. Not a bad way of handling things, actually. The same sort of thing over here. There's no way I'm going to get my fingers in there. Not in a weird way. Might have been too smooth in there, so let me just change that real quick. I want there to be a line here, but I don't want it to be too obvious. It should be a distinction, but it shouldn't be like a crummy little outline. I'm getting progressively more okay with this whole thing. Right. Pretty okay, really. Pretty okay. Don't mind it. Let me faff with this real quick, and then I think I can more or less call it. As far as the snaky thing. It's pretty okay. Then I have the chisel thing. I can probably go back over these a bit. I just want to even these up a bit so that they're straighter. Yeah, that's better. Straighter and less of a mess internally. That's better. Considerably less bothered with that. Because most of this is fairly cold, it's not warping too much as I'm trying to fix everything. Try and not bap the camera as I'm doing this. Pretty sure this one doesn't even get seen in the end. Oh well. Better to have the option than not. That looks way better. Ah, it's not even on camera. Of course it isn't. Why am I the way that I am? Trying to do this from behind the webcam, so visibility is a little interesting. This is one of those rare occasions that requires me to sit down as well. It's below eye level by quite a way. I need it to be closer to eye level, realistically. I'll go in there with the screwdriver as well in a minute to do the smaller bits. Okay. So then it was. So I can get in here with the screwdriver as well. Yeah. Where art thou? Right. Let me do these bits as well. Okay. Then, actually, ought to be in a pretty good position when it comes to being ready to mold stuff, which is a little bit nuts. Let's do the screwdriver in on these as well. In fairness, these don't look that bad. Yeah, they're not too bad. Okay. Well, I'd argue I have most of a thing here at this point. It's kind of nuts. So let me quickly get a cheeky pick. Or several. Okay. So, I think I'm going to BRB real quick. Then I'll set the camera up to be higher. And I'll assess the state of the mold wall. And then probably just get on with it, to be honest. So, yeah, in a sec.
That took longer than I'd intended. That's because I had to set something up. I wasn't planning to. Whatever, I guess. Right. Nothing's ever easy. Really isn't. Okay. Looking at this mold wall, it's a bit of a shit show. I'm gonna have to fix quite a lot. But I also need to clear a load of stuff out the way first. Ideally. So I can move the webcam further out. So I can at least do that. Or I can at least attempt to do that. I'm not sure how much further I'm going to be able to get with it. Not that far. Cool. Alright. Right. Suppose my options are limited then, huh? That's the best I can do with that. I need it to not threaten to fall over. That would be ideal. Okay. It's better than it was. So the issue I've got at the minute is because it's cold at various points, it's cracking. Which means I'm going to have to replug a bunch of gaps that kind of sort of weren't there a second ago. The heat gun is still usable, so I'm not super phased, really. It's just annoying and inconvenient. Don't like that nail up there. Wonder if I can tape that. Maybe. Where's the grubby one? This one. Wonder. Maybe if I take this in here, tape it back there. Hoping. And then just fill the gaps in. And that keeps that pinned back there, which would be nice. I can stick some clay over this to stop it coming away. That's fine. Yeah, okay. So I reckon I can get this to a point that everything becomes moldable. I reckon. And then I can do all of that. So if I get it all to a moldable point within the next half hour, I can then go call it there, have some lunch, then come back and silicone mold everything. This is mostly just to keep the tape from coming off, so that's fine. This mold wall doesn't need to be nice, it just needs to be leak proof. That's all I really care about here. I feel like it's going to be easier to make this with warmer stuff because it keeps splitting, which I'm not particularly surprised over. It doesn't make it any less annoying. That side's fine. This is a little bit sketch. Yeah, a little bit. That's all fine. This all needs reading. Right. I think that's the sensible play. I'm going to heat some stuff up. Then use it to plug the gaps. That should be sufficient. Plug that. Plug this. Plug this. Plug this. Just need to do all of this. Fine. So be it. Also up in here, I guess. And in over here. Right. Let's see if I can smush this whilst causing minimal damage. Thought half an hour would be an overestimation for how long this would take me. Shows what I know.
In fairness, I don't think this is going to leak too much. Not really. Don't mind it cracking a little bit in places. Not going to matter along there. But it's still not ideal. It's too cold to be of use to me. Of course it is. Takes seconds for this shit to cool down. Okay, let me try and fix that. Okay. I want to plug in up here. Better than it was. And again, that is the trouble with sculpting on a non-solid surface. This was always going to be the danger. But I figured that out pretty early on, so, oh well. Where is the one thing I've been using? It's like this one, it's this one. Okay. Let's take that out at this point. The nails were a good idea for keeping it in place initially. Now they're just creating weak points, to be honest. Getting better.
Let me go see if I can heat this up again. Just to fill in a gap along the top. And I'm probably just going to have to say, you know what, good enough, and move on from there, to be honest. If I decide I want to mess with stuff later, then fine. Realistically, I need to just get on with this already. That's what I need to do. Alright. Let me heat up this thin little sausage of stuff. Plug this gap up here. How do I keep putting this down in places I'm losing track of? It's already cooled down. Awesome. Impressive, really. Yeah, the whole time it's warm, it's fine. I think I'm just going to have to accept that it's going to be a fairly constant back and forth for a little bit. To be honest. Alright, it's getting better. Getting less antsy about it. I mean, I'm definitely still antsy, but I'm less antsy. Okay. Guessing now. It's a mess up there, whatever. There's also cling film under this, so I'm not so worried about things that aren't like the tinfoil wall. Because, like,
there are several layers that will stop stuff on the face of it. On the tin foil, that is not as much the case. As long as I've plugged those gaps, I'm kind of inclined to say, you know what, it doesn't matter, walk away. Okay. I'm inclined to say that's probably good enough. Probably. I do just want to fix a tiny bit in under here. Once I've done that, I ought to call it quits. Realistically. That's what I should do. As far as what I actually do, remains to be seen. I'm trying to conform everything to the original foam that's under here without, like, actually cracking stuff. So I'm a little bit sweaty over that. Let me fix this tiny gap under here, and then I'm going to say that's fine. Still a little bit of a gap. And I wouldn't worry about this if I didn't think it might be a problem later. I do think it might be a problem later. That seems to be better. So let me take some of this just to fix along here. Again, that shouldn't be seen by anything, but just in case. Because I trust nothing at this point, to be honest. I think this is in a moldable state. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and clear up as much of the random crud that I've got kicking about as possible. Because it is just upsetting, really, having this much shit knocking about. So, I'll tidy that up for a bit. And then I'll probably go have some lunch before I start dealing with silicone, etc. So we keep out the little bits of tinfoil. Those can go back in the bag of tinfoil that exists somewhere. Here. Keep these bits. There's a lot of bits that there's no point keeping them, really. Like, no point keeping any of these. More bits of clay. I'm going to try and use to tidy up all the little shavings, etc. I'm going to keep the bits of tinfoil that I've been using to, like, imprint stuff. But the other random bits can go. All the tools and stuff I've been using, probably keep in this pot over here. That's fairly useful. Right. So none of these I've been using. I've used all of these in some capacity. Get rid of that. Keep these. Get rid of this. Just driving me mental having so much stuff in disarray at the minute. I'll just keep all of those in one place. At least then I know which I've been using and which I haven't. Right. More bits of tinfoil. Bits of tinfoil, bits of tape. Do not want. And try to mop up as much of the clay as I can. And that'll be a slow cooker job. It's a wire, I don't really want to get caught up in this. Yeah, once I've tidied stuff up, I'm gonna call it quits temporarily, and then come back and deal with the silicone molding for everything after lunch. It's basically just a case of, as long as I've prepped everything, then great. I can crack on with that literally as soon as I get back. Been going for like
4 hours anyway. But then a lot of that I was like on the BRB screen or whatever. So I don't think it really counts as 4 hours. Probably more like 3.5 ish. Probably. Right. Trying to avoid getting random bits of crud stuck in these. As much as I want to keep as much of this as possible, if it's got random scraps of tinfoil stuck in there or little slivers of wood, it's just why? Why bother? The rest of this I'm just going to get rid of because it's just not in good nick. There's no point trying to keep it, to be honest. Right. So that can go sit as a slow cooker thing. And then at least I've got more cleared space for dealing with silicone and what have you. So can I bring this up any higher? Not without it falling off balance. So I guess this is the best I can do. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the best angle I'm going to get. To be honest. So whatever, really. Let me whack this in the slow cooker. I'm going to assess this one more time and decide whether there's anything that I need to address. Need being the operative term, because I could faff with this forever. Doesn't mean that I should. I'm inclined to say just roll with this, really. Seems pretty okay. So, if I prep stuff. See, I'm inclined to do it before I go for lunch. Didn't take famous last words. I ought to be more careful. Let me at least get some stuff. Yeah. Got that. Got these. Of course, the matte wax can was used as a stand. Of course it was. So, good job, me. Maybe I should just be smart about this then. I mean, technically, I can just untape it from here and take the lid off and use it like this. It's kind of funny. I'm going to require a respirator for this, though.
If I have lunch too late, then it's going to mess with what time I can have dinner and then what time I go to bed. So, seems fine. Cool. Okay. Let me cut off these extra bits of tape. They're just going to annoy me. And I can always reinstate tape after this, so who cares? I'll leave it taped to the board for now, because it amuses me more than much else. Okay, then if I can at least prop this up at an angle. What would work for this? Probably this. Seems about right. Needs to be slightly higher. Seems pretty okay. Yeah. As far as keeping things fairly level, it's a plumber's mate and a reel of duct tape. Awesome. Okay. That's gonna be real interesting. Then I already knew that was gonna be fun. But that's not the end of the world, to be honest. So I think the rational thing to do from here is to duck out, eat something, and then come back and contend with this properly. I think that's the sensible way to do this. So I think I'll do that. Having cleared up most of the crud from the area. Yeah, okay. I think I'll do that. Have a look at the scraps of silicon I've got that I can use as mold keys, because I have some. So I'll just stick them in random places. 3 decently sized ones. That's fine. They all look a bit too thin to me. That's of no use to anyone. Don't know why I kept that. That one's pretty decent. I can get a couple of mold keys out of that one. I'll explain all of this properly when I actually get back and get around to doing it. Of no use to me, realistically. That. Definitely. These are maybes. Okay, so for now, I'm gonna call that, but I'll be back to do this fairly soon. Just have lunch, get something to drink, come back, deal with this, and then that'll be a fairly decent go of things for the day, really. So yeah, I'll catch you guys in sort of half hour or so ish.